If you're watching on YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/TacosMailTube. And if you are watching on YouTube and you like what to see, maybe leave a like, maybe leave a comment, maybe even a little subscribe. And if you don't like to see, feel free to leave a dislike and tell me why. Either way, I hope you're having a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Let me get the game up and rolling. Alright, I should be reminded when the DLC comes out so I can know when to get it. It'll tell me, but... There we go. I don't have to worry about music yet. I'll turn off the music in just a second. Yeah. Alright, Here. Alright, the music should start any second. Also. See. Yeah. Oh, it's having a second. It's not responding, of course. It's yeah, just a reminder, this is coming. We are going to want to play this. It'll be exciting. But for now, we're just gonna continue. Da, 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 da. Yeah. Alright, I think I'm out of jobs. Maybe I have some more of the basic jobs. If I do, I'll do those. If I don't, could be awkward. Yeah. Alright, let's go see if we have any other jobs. Because I can't remember if I do or not. I really can't. Oh, kitty cat. I thought. Oh, there's kitty. Yeah. Hello, hedge cat. There's a pet. And you a pet. Yep. And Tuna. Pat. There we go. Honestly, I should do one for each of the other kitties, but... Alright, let's... see if I have anything. Okay, I do have 2 jobs left. I don't think I have any more here. Yeah, we can see there's no more jobs left in this part. So let's go do an open air cinema. My old aunt finally moved out. Took all her dogs with her. They said it was probably peed with acid? There are completely no plants. None at all. Even a single sign of grass cannot be found, like threshing floor, and I'm not okay with that. I really need a proper barbecue area and a super cinema to spend the time with friends. Already shows the screen. Now all I have to do is choose the right deck, chair, speakers, well, and some greenery. Yeah. We already garden a bit more green. Thanks in advance. The guy says the dogs pee like... Yeah, I guess he's not wrong. Can't go inside because it's a garden job. Spread grass. Yeah, let's spread some grass. It's actually more efficient to do it this way. Because... Wait, it should be turf, right? Too large. Oh, it's because I'm standing here. What if I'm not standing here? Where? I'm thinking there. Hey, old wagon. My wisdom is... that... Migraines are no fun. Here, we'll just go down to medium now. Oh, I need to adjust that even more, but you know, it's fine. Go. Let's cut the grass that he wants. Mode. Beyond that, We might have, no, that's a... I've offered Phasmo like 3 different times. Nobody ever wants it. I mean, like in the last, week even. I mean, if you can come up with like maybe a Minecraft horror map or something, because tomorrow's a Minecraft day. Beyond that, I don't know. Like, I've tried. There's a zillion. What are you talking about? Is there any? You'd have to come up with one that you feel is the appropriate level of whatever. And I'd have to decide if I can get it or not. Alright. Anyway, it'd probably have to be something that would be a one-off kind of thing, so nothing that, like... Yeah, there's a ton of them. Remember, if there's any medium of, game... I don't know if this is an actual real internet, but this is one I would say should be one. of no matter what it is. If it exists, there's a horror game of it. You know, whether it be a Minecraft horror mod. But yeah, they exist. Wait, mow the lawn is only at 70%. What? What have I missed? What? Oh. Okay. Good to know there was like literally one spot where it decided I haven't mowed the lawn, but alright, let's sell these. There. Alright, yeah. Let's do this small here a second. Go. Kind of there. And then I want a smaller even, the extra small for these spots here. Put one there. I can put one there. See how little the garden has left? It looks nice now. And this one spot. You found two. Like I said, they aren't hard to find. Um... Yeah. I mean, they exist. Alright. It'll depend on other people too. If they don't want to, but they're gonna also need. Perfect. There's one spot here. Alright. Okay, that should be all the grass there, I think. Yeah. Alright, honestly, I mean, there's all kinds of things. I don't know if I'd really... Like, we can talk, but I don't know... And that spot's just messed up. I do that? Right. Yeah, I do know of them. They're just... I feel like... And then finally... here. Ta-da! The front yard is grassified mostly again. Honestly, if the dude had wanted like a little gravel there, I think it would have looked fine. Weird. Alright, the front yard is mostly done. Obviously this spot here... Oh, this is done. Okay, he doesn't care about this. I mean... all the places. I'm not even gonna blink. Alright, do I want to do that, or do I want to do the medium, even though it's a bit more expensive? But guarantee I get every little bit there. 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 Alrighty. There. But also, you gotta remember, just to remind you, I'm not very much the person you want to... I don't react the way that, where am I missing spots? I mean, like, clearly, yeah, I'm missing a few places, but there's nowhere that's much. What? You know what? We're just gonna take a little extra measure just to be sure. I mean, yes, but I'm not gonna pretend that's not a thing there, but that's my point. Whereas, like, my reaction to horror stuff is just kind of... like, I know. Alright, 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 that's 5 across. And... that's 4 down. That should be accurate. Can't think of a better way to do this, so... Alright, this should fit perfectly there. And so that should fit perfectly there. Problematic. Yes. There we go. And that should fit perfectly there. There, and... perfect. I mean, I know technically I could have done it out this way, but I think it looks better to do it like this, because otherwise it's a little weird that it just stops where it does. Alright. Okay. What we're gonna say is... I think this is the armchair. Let's go with that same cream. Oops. The gray, the cream. There. No, we're gonna have this go here. The same thing here. I don't know if that's a slightly different color, but it is. Which is a little weird because it's supposed to be like a little... He's supposed to be watching TV in the back on a huge projector screen, right? But shape-wise, I feel like this looks better to do it like this. So... yeah. Weird. Let's do that for that, and then the cream on the inside as well. Yeah, darker gray for this. Maybe here. And then secondary umbrella. And go kind of here. Oh. No, wait, there's only one. I thought that was odd. There we go. And a projector. Where would this even go? You know what? I say they can figure it out for themselves. Because I'm not figuring that out for them. If they want things a specific way, they can do it themselves, you know? I'm not laying turf on any surface. Alrighty. Can put this here. Okay, so it is supposed to go on this wall. So my instincts are halfway correct. Not because they actually are, but because that was an obvious one. There's so much grass in this one. Dude, you're wasting my money. Okay, this spot is considered done. I mean, I know what to do here. Just take a small hair. $92. One extra small here, I'm thinking, and one extra small here. Wait, what? There's not that much space left. Okay. Huh? Considering this does seem to affect it, let's just go along this line as well. Yeah. Oh no, never mind. Oh, there's a spot here. Should have known. Alright, what's left? There's nothing. Yeah, nothing left. Unless I've got to move these a second. Yeah, I'm not sure. What's left? Hmm. One second here. Aha. We're just gonna put these here a second so that we can do the grass in this one very specific tiny spot. Despite the fact that it doesn't fit. Any way other than this. Kind of crazy they don't have anything here. There we go. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Then the outdoor cinema screen goes. Wait, why am I buying it if they just got it themselves? Hello, Mr. Failure. How you doing? Oh, I hope you're doing well. What did I miss? The arcade was okay. Oh. Lost power for a couple days. Also lost, like, internet and stuff, and I mean, for what I feel like are obvious reasons there, but everything's good now. Well, I think I'm glad to hear that. I'm never sure. But, I mean, at least it's the same as usual, I guess. I'm doing okay. I've got a massive migraine. Um... It's not helping things in the slightest. But I'm trying. Ugh, I wish. Wouldn't that be amazing? Alright, looks like they're all done and planted. They're not showing. I missed a spot in here? What do you mean I've missed a spot in here? You gotta be kidding me. Alright, like, I could believe this was this spot, but nope, it's not this spot, it's... here. Hmm... It's blazing so brightly, I can't tell. Teeny tiny size... No, it told me. But that is 89, so I was right there that it is like that. And this side should be similar. No? What grass is left? Alright, here's what we're doing. This spot definitely does not have grass here. Alright? Still 89. Alright, how is it? It's like this. What the heck is going on? Well, I mean, good to know I can't put that back. I hate that. That is a thing with this, and that it became worse. Alright, can't touch that one. Nope. I just can't figure it out. And this now doesn't fit, and I don't know why. Whatever. I don't know. Alright, we're going to just go from this side forward. We're going to see if there's any chance at just maybe it's this. Yes? Okay, so that was that. Lovely. I'm not fixing that. What's missing? Shrubs. There's no place that needs shrubs. Did I put them in the wrong spot? No. No, the game's just glitching, isn't it? Can't go anywhere in this game. Where else have shrubs? I would if I could, but I can't in this game. There's no such thing as a desert. Oh, here we go. Sorry. Hello, Thomas. How you doing? Like I said, I can't go to the desert if there is no desert. Even if I were to sort of make one myself, I mean... It wouldn't really be a desert now, would it? Alright, this should be it. This should be it. Yes? Yes. Ah, dessert. Well, I mean, I guess I kind of can do... Well, we can't really do that yet either. I mean, I guess there's a few things, but I do not feel like I made enough money off that. But that's coming. That's later this month. Or not this month, next month. Later next month. We'll get all kinds of dessert. Hopefully. Because the restaurant DLC. And they're going to have all kinds of food added. And custom neon. I mean, it's going to be kind of cool. And renting of buildings. My favorite dessert? I suppose it depends. Because, you know, I mean, like... Sort of depends on the mood. Like, if I'm in the mood for a candy bar... yeah, we could probably do that. Actually, once it comes out, of course. But, what I was gonna say is, as far as, like... Because, like, for example, like, if I'm in the mood for candy bar, I would want, like... I guess a Kit Kat. Although, not really Kit Kat anymore. I kind of like the Walmart brand Kit Kats. They're weirdly good. Whereas, like, if I wanted, like, say, a cake or a pie kind of thing, I'd probably go for, because I can make one, a butterscotch cinnamon pie. It actually is really, really good. For desserty stuff. Although if it's just cake, I've got a gluten-free cake I've learned to make that's pretty good. Like, super duper good. Spongy, amazing, amazingness. But doesn't have a whole bunch of additives. And is almond flour specifically. What are you doing in here? Aww. At least make you happy. How'd you end up here? Pick up dog. Oopa-doopa-doo. Dog can find water now. Yeah, actually, I do like Waffle House on occasion. Because I like waffles. Quite a bit. Although I can literally make the Waffle House waffles myself now. And I have. They're really, really good. I think I made them gluten-free too. And then they made them like 4 times more decadent by adding bacon fat. It was crazy good. But I mean, like, I like waffles and stuff, so yeah. I mean, you don't... It's more like... I mean, but to get that, you also have to go at midnight, and I don't want to go out at, like, midnight. Or near midnight. Just to get Waffle House when you consider how far away I live from town? Well, from the Waffle House, rather? Yeah. Living far enough away from the Waffle House, I'd rather not, They're actually really good. I do recommend, although their food is definitely not good for you. But they're probably still better than than McDonald's. Eh. Like, people think of it as being, like, good for, like, when you're drunk and stuff, but it is actually just good in general as well. I was meaning more along the lines of, how do I put this? Do all the pets need love? I have an already pet. Where's the other dog that, like, lives outside? I was meaning, like, beyond that. What about you? Pupper. Oh, you need water. Come on. What are you doing? Doggo. There's literally... I recommend you look it up and find out they're basically everywhere. And they're open effectively 24/7. Except when there's that bad of it, like, whether it be earthquake, hurricane, or otherwise. Did you actually go? Good kitty. It's got this smirk. Yeah. Point being, but you kind of have to end up going to... Probably to some extent. Of course, remember right now I have a headache. So I'm not going to pretend that I absolutely am certain that I remember things. Bands in the garden. I am writing you on a matter of great importance. You see, I am an old lady, and I need your help. My husband and I left the house for 2 months. We had a great time in the sanatorium. Unfortunately, during the time, some shady company visited our garden a couple times. They made a terrible mess. These vandals left cans and bottles all around our backyard. And so those horrible scribbles on the walls, cannot stand them. Yeah. All of this wasn't bad enough. Our crops were eaten out. It feels so sad to look at my little vegetable garden now. The nettles themselves have remained. Lucky they also did not destroy the flower beds. In the first place, you have to take care of the beer cans and mow the lawn. I should ask you to plant some fruit trees around. Yours faithfully, Hedwig Joyce. Yeah. That is absolutely the case. As I said, with the hurricane in Tampa, the Waffle House is closed before Milton. Just how you knew exactly how bad it was gonna be. Alright. Let's go deal with the unsavory stuff. She's not kidding when she says. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I did know that. I didn't really think of it as the index. I think of it more just as probably why I like. I'm pretty sure I remember, but I think of it just as yeah. That's the way it goes. That's how you know how bad it's about to get. Slash is. Because they'll be open, like, pretty much no matter what. Like, this many years ago, but I remember there was, like, a Waffle House. It was, like, after when the hurricane... it was obviously after a hurricane, but, like, there was no power, but they had, like, gas and stuff that start up so that they could continue to, operate. Well, it has to be operable. That's the thing. Can I sell these? Yes. I just don't think they look very healthy. Yeah, and mini generators. That's exactly how it went. Just Alright, but yeah, but the thing is, it's because oh, whoops, let's avoid that, but they tend to get some of their best business during the, like, natural disasters because nobody else is open. Because nobody else can be open. So, I mean, it makes sense for them to be open during those times. They're very opportunistic, if you think about it. I don't want to... I'm just gonna have to cut over there with the other thing. Which, I mean, that's... Yeah. Anyway, my being... Yeah, if they're closed, that means that they are at the point where they're going, and this will be risking life and limb. So, yeah. I mean... Oh, wait. Do those actually count as... Oh, but she said she liked those. It seems wrong to be removing those, to be like, those are weeds. There we go. Does this count as the same area? Yes. Alrighty. But yeah. Right, where are we? Okay, we are here. Cool. Alright, we're gonna cut this way now. This is a full mow of the yard. Alright. Weeds. Eventually will be all dealt with. Huh. I guess those are flowers. Do they move? No, they just sit there and they are absolutely going to be very painful to touch. Woo. I just realized, why am I not going like at full throttle here? Alright. There we go. Alright, and across. That's why. Ugh. We're gonna try and... as much as possible, try not to remove things that are deemed... You know, I'm okay with those being deemed trash, because that definitely screams trash. Well, or rather, she might think they're pretty, but they're gonna hurt her if she's an elderly woman. She says she is. Maybe I'll see if I can get rid of the other ones as well. Can we get rid of these with this thing? Yes. I mean, I doubt they're counted as weeds, but I feel like they should be. They're just sitting out in the yard. Oh, those might be the nettles. But either way, she really... yeah. Let's see, I've mowed 85% of the lawn. I'll get rid of that in a second. Kind of weird what counts towards what. Alright, we're just gonna get rid of this. Alright. And now I have to remove the weeds. And I don't really want to, because I feel like a lot of them are probably plants she actually wants to keep. But, I mean, what am I to do, right? Alright. But I'm removing these two. Alright, oh, the lawn is clean. Cool. We're done. Yep, these are counted as weeds. But as are these. Seems a little odd. I'm not going to lie. Kitty! Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Come on. Come on. You had hours of cool time. Yeah, he's looking to get behind the computer and cause issues. And I'm just left with a cat. You don't get to pretend that you haven't had love today. You literally sat on my lap for like Plus before the stream. Yes. Apparently he needs extra love. He needs a hug. And has to sit and make sure I'm okay. You know, that's how you know I actually have a migraine. Distracted. He's going not to distract you. Favorite crowd away. Alright, he's distracted. No, he's not. Wait. Honey. Oh, food. So many things. Huh? Oh, hello, Snow. You know what? You want to help me? You want to help me? Come spin with me. And hello, Snow, by the way. How you doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, good job spinning with me. Woo, we're both dizzy. There you go. Forgot that dizzy. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. Fine, come here. This game isn't as intensive. Yeah, I spun around with him. Mostly because I thought he did not want anything else to do with me. Oh. Honey, what you don't... Well, the way I sit in this chair, you cannot sit on my lap. No matter how much you believe you can. Buddy. He can't. He's too big. He'd fall right off. Purr into the microphone. Show how adorable you are. No. Well, I can't really do anything at the moment because he's just getting cuddle hugs. Apparently he needs... And he's commandeered the mic. Really, buddy? Really? This is kind of uncomfy, Bubby. Why? Why do you do this? Yeah, I see you. Yeah, he is. I mean, he really, really is. He's a cutie, but he can be very, very needy. Alright, buddy, I need you to get down. Be in my room later. And then you'll be upset because you want to be free. Ish. Huh? I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, we have chickens. They can get pretty fat. Alright. Alright. What the? What you mean? Wait, I'm literally still missing a weed. Oh, I don't know, he's pretty brave. Usually. Although, I guess chickens are pretty brave, too. It's more like, I don't think... I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if he'd be able to, be as ferocious and scary as a chicken. Buddy! I'm gonna be honest. It's funny, it's a word that's become synonymous with coward, but... in reality, chickens... they're cautious, they're smart, but... they really aren't that scared of things. Even things they should be scared of. I wonder, do these count, do you think? I don't know. I mean, they probably should. Yep, they did. Alrighty. There you go. Cool. I mean, I felt like they should, but I wasn't sure. Alright, and I need to find some trash that's left. Wait, what? Oh, there must be something that needs to be cleaned here. There and there. I'm just gonna follow all of these spots so they can find all the trash and stuff. Because obviously there should be some here somewhere that I've missed. Or trash-wise. Let me just see if I can't see anything else. I really can't. So the question becomes, since I can't go like indoors or anything, are these trash? Yes. Alright, and now clean dirt. Here left. It's gonna be one of those spots that it's just like... I basically didn't clean quite enough, but because of the way that this thing works, it doesn't show me anymore because it counts it as being clean enough, you know? And that's kind of frustrating because it becomes... yeah, this is the kind of thing I wish they had done in some game to really kind of... instead, they really didn't focus on fixing that kind of thing where it's like, oh, wait. Aha. Done. Alright, so now... let me go plant the cherry trees. Boom. Boom. Why can't I... yeah, why can't I cover it with soil? There we go. I hate when it does it like this. Kitty, what are you doing? There we go, both are done. Alright, now we need this thing. I think we should go with just a nice peachy color. And moon table. I think that is gonna do it. No, there's something left? Oh, I bet there's something over here, yeah? Yeah. And... and there. There. And I gotta just dig up the whole thing. There we go. Put that in, put that in, put that in, put that in. Cover. Cover. I wonder if this is it. Like, I mean, she could have asked for if she wanted, like, some pumpkins or something, too. I mean, it wouldn't have been that big a deal. Alright? Buddy, you can't have that. Hey, that's not yours. Okay, apparently I'm done. Like, I could have planted some pumpkins or something at the very least. Buddy. Yeah. I mean, very carefully doesn't look at all the spots where it's like, we were told she likes these plants, and we were removing them anyway because they're weeds. It's like, I wonder how many of these I actually have left. I can't have that many, right? Buddy. When did you get your crate? Buddy, no. You know you can't get up down from there. No. Alrighty, how many jobs do we have left? It's still at 2. Hey, Hisui, how you doing? Fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. The lawn has to be... How many of these do I have left? Again, I go with this is what makes me go. The second game just kind of, yeah, I had to chase him away. It's for his own sake, you know? I don't want him to get hurt. Alright. Well, the garden was flooded. Honestly, I think it's crazy how much has been added to this game over the years. And then it's like the second game just like has nothing. In comparison, it's just like, are they planning to do the same DLCs? Like, that seems a little... You know? And I mean, considering they end up adding these things, I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I still go with, I feel like, I find it so ironic, like, Twitch is pushing the second one, like, super hard, right? At this point, even now, it's like, you type in house, and then it's Flipper, and then it's like, it's trying to show you the second one. But then you look at the numbers of people actually watching / actually streaming it, it's just like, it's less than half of the first game. And well, yes, that's kind of what happens with a sequel. it's still kind of left with like, Anyway, I'm not here to rant and complain about the second game today because, you know, I mean, I haven't done that in a while, and I think it's better and healthier not to, you know? To get hung up on that. Even though it's annoying as heck. Not ranting about the second game. Because, I mean... or, like, what am I supposed to even say that I haven't said 1,000 times before, where I'm just left with, it's like, I come across, like... Although I guess at this point, it's like... I mean, as I've said before, the jobs were just kind of bad. And interestingly, this one really does a good job in showing... Like, just... And again, as I've said, I know it was over the years, but they could have added some of the similar jobs. Changed names and stuff, right? Well, I was more meaning because then they have their thing already all set up in advance, right? So, like for example, this one, their yard was flooded, right? I don't know, but I don't think they need drop. Oh, they need those, no, but more along the lines of like, so this is a job, right? Clean up the yard because their yard was flooded. They have garden stuff sort of in the second game. So you could do something similar where you have that be a thing and that's an extra job. And because other than the... And I'll be honest, I don't know how much the coding would take, but just for types of jobs that you can do, you can change the name of the person, what they're doing, blah, blah, blah. But have some where they don't maybe talk. Or have a few more. I don't remember if they had any. Kind of thing. Like this, you just get called in maybe over an email, which does work. And then you can reuse some of these things from the first game, which would just have made... Oh yeah, bloodstains. But, like, then you can just have... something along those lines. It can add more jobs while not having to have the thought process of having to come up with all these different jobs. Yeah, no, there's definitely blood here. Who died? Like, I was gonna be like, well, maybe it's actually mud, but that was just straight up. Gotta love this game. First one, I mean. The second one went out of its way to be like, no, 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 it's not blood. It's just like, come on. You know what you're... Yeah. Like... Nah, it's probably that somebody died during the flood. Or animals or something, because they did say their house got flooded, or their yard got flooded. The irony is this was probably mundane. Oops, I'm here. Alright. I think it's this whole area, by the way. Yeah. this is so expensive. And so slow. But yeah. I don't know, but I mean, with the first game, they clearly leaned into it some. They're throwing in like posters or like newspapers and things like, are they even still alive and stuff, which is just fun. And then it's just like in the second game, it's like, come on. Really that big a deal to just kind of like at least have a few mysteries instead of just being like, no, this is all there is to it. Can I? Oh, I can. There we go. All right. Again, like I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily. That it's just like that was handled that way, but at the same time, it's just like it was one of those things that really kind of was just fun. All right. And then let's just do an extra small. Floating all the way across. That should be basically it. What am I missing? I mean, there is a clear line here. Maybe I need that. Yes? Yeah. That was the end of that line. And I guess this is a line too. Alright. Is grass on both sides there? Is there grass over here? Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see it. Okay, never mind. Right. Extra small. Go along this line. Huh. Yeah, I'll finish this little spot here, because, I mean, might as well. There we go. Is this also... Yeah, there should be a lot of grass all here, and then all the way down to here. So weird that there's not there, but you know what? Whatever. You're thinking of... oh, what was it called? The other one. You're thinking of, I mean, it's very similar. I can't. I'm trying to remember the name. Oh, water pressure washer simulator. Cause yeah. Sorry, the name slipped me for a second, but yeah. Different game. Nice. Actually, no. I don't think that's actually true. I'm pretty sure. I'm just going through. There's nothing here. Oh, I guess these. That's too big. Large isn't big enough, but it'll do. It's kind of weird where these are set, but yeah. I can understand why you might think they came out around the same time. They really didn't. Here, I might go check a second, because distinctly remember there being time in between the two. Alright, there we go. I'm gonna think I need... No, I don't need grass back here. Huh. I think I'll check, actually. I'm curious. Yeah, no, Power Wash Simulator came out in 2022. That's what I thought. I was like, this doesn't... That's pretty recent. Yeah. Whereas House Flipper... Pretty sure it was 2018 was the latest that I think. Yeah, 2018. There's a full 4 years between the two of them. They just use similar assets, so it feels like they're similar games. Same with Phasmophobia. They use the same. Yeah. Well, published, not made by. Square Enix publishes a lot of games that they don't actually make, which isn't a bad thing. Good. Ooh, black currants are good, but they don't really look like currants, do they? Not that these look better, but you know, let's go with a white currant. Alright, we need 2 currants. Here. Here. But yeah. They tend to... I mean... Like I said, I think part of what gets you confused is... like, vibes and stuff. You need to remember, what really it is that they use the same, like... I'm pretty... Well, it's probably not exactly the same, but they use similar, like for the basic stuff, why can't I think? Presets, I guess you could say. Things you can buy off the, Actually, I'm gonna put this, yeah, here. We're gonna go with the purple ones? Nah, the purple ones are a bit much. We're going to go with the light blue ones here. Around the sides. I'm adding an extra one each. And then... This one can go here. But yeah, they use similar assets. That's what it is. I had to remember the word. But they use similar assets. Like I said, the same with Phasmophobia. It's part of what makes it confusing. Yeah. Sorry. Think of the word. Obviously, they have things that are their own thing as well, like... Okay, let's do the little ones first. Of the same dark gray. Like so. Um... And then we'll do just a little bit more of these. Bop, bop. It's a little bizarre how they've got this marked in here, but you know. And on the task, it's different. Alright. I guess it's like this. What I'm thinking is I want to take the same this. And then I want to do this color. Right. Yeah. Except what would it look like if it was like this? Would it be better? Would it come out more? I really like the idea of just kind of... Yeah, that would do it. It's not exactly perfect, but it's better. Why can't I just... And that's on top. Hey, cat. Come here. No, you don't get to do that. Off. Alright, let me fix this one. And fix this one. It doesn't even take much to just kind of... already had done that one. But now this has to come back one. There. Alright, I need 8 more. We're gonna do another one of these. Yeah. Actually, you know, that could be good as well. What is it like if we move this over like one more? Is that like perfect? There we go. How is it that I messed this up like this? There. So that would be good. We're gonna fix all of that. Do that again. Woo. Suppose we could do this as well. We'll fix the ones below that I've already done. But I like kind of the idea. There. Ugh. Oh. But I wanted these to be 2, so this is correct to do it like this. Alright, and then we just fix this one. And fix that. Perfect. Sorry that I got distracted by that, but I don't know. I just want to kind of look decent. Alright. So what we could do is we could just switch this to this side. It's not perfect, but it, actually, let's come over 2 here. Now it has to be here. This? No. But, I mean, like, I enjoy, like, doing this kind of thing, so... I just need one more, so I'm just gonna add the extra one. Oh, it's late. It is next to impossible to see now because it's too dark. Alright, so this can go kind of in the middle here. Actually, this is perfect because now we have a middle piece here, right? There. Not anymore. And we can just kind of... Like, I see that this is a... They really just kind of... I think the winch actually should go there, whereas this should go like this. And then these should be more like that. Alright, we can fit this one in like this. And then we literally just turn around and we just fit it in like... Actually, we can even do it pretty nicely like that as well. Yeah? Yeah? Am I supposed to fit? I guess... I mean, these are cool looking, right? That's what we'll do. One there. One there. We're adding a little bit of color here. One. Can I fit more than one? Wait a second. Okay, so like this can be moved over to the side if I do that. Perfect. So that I can fit this one in too, if I can just get it perfect. Alright, cat. Oh. Actually, you know what? We're gonna move these over here. Cat, I cannot see. See, this is why I'm doing this like this, because then I can move things around as I desire. Before I plant them, as you should. Because, I mean, this actually has grass. Ish. Nuna. Put that one there. And then, I can't see. I want to do a different color here, I think. I cannot see. Down. Yeah, I think this will be the color. Put one here. One here. Nice. And then the back here, we can put the trees. What tree we want to do? I do like these different... what do these look like? You know, I kind of like that. Well, I'm not sure if I can plant them until after I've planted everything else. And then we could place one kind of in... this other corner here. It's not perfect by any means, but let's do these first, actually. Normally I do them all together because it's just easier that way, but like... So the bushes first. They're supposed to turn kind of yellowish in color. There. Plant that. Can't plant that one till the end. Alright. There. Plant this one. There. Alright. This one first. We'll just literally cover it with soil like that. I mean, it works. And I'll do the last tree in a second. Alright. There. Nice. That'll just feel nice like that. And then finally, this tree. 2, 3. I think this might be it. Oh, I need... Yeah, okay, cool. No. Alright, so this area is basically done. And doesn't it feel done? No. Well, oh well. What else is there to do? Oh, here. I need... effectively a pagoda. I think the dark roof along with us. We're gonna go with one of these again, kind of with the same. This gets this, this gets this. Wait, am I still? No, I'm done. And then the other one, we got this. I wonder if it's just supposed to be in here? Like this? No, no. Oh, I haven't completed the dirt cleaning. I'm thinking this can go here and here. And there's a spot here. Cool. And then in the center here, we've got the table that's like this. And it comes with these benches. No, that color is way too bright. Alrighty, that's that done. What could be left? Oh, this grass in the front. Pff, duh. Should have known. Oh, no, salvias. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is grass. Always make sure we do as much of this as possible because otherwise it'll throw a fit. Boom. And then we'll just do medium. There. Done. This house is completed. Now you can kind of look at the work I did in the back with the light and all that, and here as well. I mean, I wouldn't put that there because you've got the door. I think that's actually a door, right? I mean, I can't check, or maybe it's just windows. Point being, though, what's potentially a door here, and then you would have this here. As you were to walk out. Yeah, let's turn this off with the daylight. Like this makes some sense to have some fantasticalness, but I mean, beyond that, though, it's just like all this stuff looks right, and like I did it, but I don't know. I feel like this one I wouldn't. But you know what? I'm just the contractor here. I'm not the person living here. So what did I have to say? Yeah. All right. Now we see how many jobs I have left now. Because I keep it at 2. Like, I can't tell. Do I have 2 jobs left? Do I have 20 jobs left? A little frustrating, I'm gonna be honest. Or do I have 1 job, rather? Or do I have mini jobs? 1, 2... Because it's back to 2 again. Yet another job. The lawn has to be removed. I need your help with a problematic case. More specifically, my garden. For me, it's always been an issue. I just do not have enough time to mow the lawn regularly. I need all the time I can get to write my poems. I thought I could handle it and make the whole process quicker, and I tried to burn it off. I have to admit, this was not a good idea of mine. I burned down my little tool storing cabin. Please remake it all into a modern gravel garden, where I'll be able to focus on my work. All that counts for me is time and effectiveness. I also heard that burning off the lawn isn't exactly illegal. See, I mean, they don't have a... It's like the first game knows what it's doing. It's true in the background. Second game would be like a fire happened, and unfortunately, I mean, this isn't so bad over here. I mean, it was looking like it was super burned, but I mean, he could have resolved things probably quickly on his own. Hello! Thank you for the first time chat, Dog Life. Nice. I hope you are having a wonderful day. How you doing? 2-color gravel. Let's do... I don't like the bigger chunks. I don't feel like they do anything. Here. So that he'll be reminded of his burnt garden whenever he comes outside. Well, I wish it was actually what it looks like in the preview. Again, kinds of things that they could have kind of fixed. They kind of didn't, though. So, yeah. There we go. Section 1, done. Ornamental grass. Wait, he's still gonna have to take care of it. Like, yeah, it's still 2-color. I kind of figured it would be the 2-color again because it just kind of makes sense. Never mind. And more, it's like, dude, you're gonna regret this. This takes, like, even more work than regular grass, but you know what? Let him understand. Right? I've just been hired to play Scrabble. Alright. Guarantee this is also going to need to be gravel. Oh wait, this is single color gravel. Crap. We'll come back to this in a second. Is this all single color? Oh, there's gravel over here. Dude. I'll fix that in a minute. Is this two color? Yeah. Alright. It'd be hilarious if, like, then you got another job discussing how he feels that two-color gravel takes too much time and he'd like some grass instead. I mean, I know they didn't want to do that, but it'd be funny because it'd be like, huh, crazy. Alright, and this is single color gravel. Oh wait, this is single color from here. I hate that it does this to me. And this is single colored here as well. Alrighty, I mean that's fine. Alright, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Let me make sure I don't need any on the other side, and then we'll be moving on to the single colored gravel. Yeah. Single colored it is. Again, although it's not actually that small, I do. There, he can feel like he's in a beach until he gets rocks in his feet. Let's correct this. This is single color gravel. Yeah. Small size, boop, boop. It doesn't care about. Oh, it says 54. Never mind. I was like, what? But I read the wrong number. Oh, that's way too big. Tiniest size. Proper shape. Boom. There we go. Yeah, it's gonna be like, that's gotta be 100% at this point. Cool. Alrighty. What am I playing about, by the way, guys? Oh, this is... You vote for Java? Okay. Alrighty, we'll do some Java. Alright. Alright. There we go. Wait, how have I missed some single player? The question becomes, is it that I've missed it, or is it because it's got like that weird counting? Oh wait, it's just there. There we go. Here, let's have this as well. And then you got this here. Fix this here, because that's the single. There we go. Okay, so it goes all the way to there. Alright. All the way there, yeah. Cool. And that's all that. And then we gotta need this to be colored gravel. Let's just have it be like this. There. And again, he's gonna regret everything the first time he walks outside to, you know, think and da 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 da, and then he literally has pebbles in his shoe. Like, you can't blame me though, because I didn't tell him to do that. Alright. Everything here is good. Everything here is good. Or do this. I would have probably recommended, dude, need to know what you want. Here, we'll even throw in a special service here. We'll do a little extra here on the side. You mean here? Or in the game? I mean, I don't hear rain, so the outside is... Maybe? I don't know. It could be either way, though. No idea. I'm inside. Um... And as I've said before, like, just because I don't hear anything or anything, it doesn't mean that it's not raining, and vice versa. Florida weather's unique that way. Alright, I think I've cleaned all the dirt. There's trash here? Like, I see the, what trash? Oh, is this trash? Freshly cut grass warms my heart. There's nothing cut here. And I leave the grass like this, so it's like, oh, he's still got weeds growing through it, because, you know, that's just what we, well, weeds do, you know? They don't care that it's grass, or if it's, gravel. Boo. Alright, we'll go one here. I'm pretty sure the grass doesn't have anything, Oh, so you gotta love that the tree looks half dead until you, water it. Alright, and then the ornamental grass. Wait, do I want this color or do I want a different color? Let's do this. I feel like I did that wrong, but they didn't tell me to do it in a specific way or anything. The Begav pound. You know what? Let's just have it be the most basic. Yeah, he wants a beach feel here, and he's not going to be happy when he has stones in his feet, because to get into the pool here, right? Aw, I'm too tall. He's going to have to walk on the gravel, and the gravel isn't sand. And maybe he had vibes that he was thinking, but unfortunately he didn't have it be sand. And so, yeah, like regret. Don't know to regret yet, though. One of these, one of these. Poop. Poop. There we go. Alrighty. And then we can get out a little piece of this grass. I'll put one here. Again, I don't think that's what he wants. I think he wants it in that pattern that he clearly does everywhere else, but again, no specifications. Honestly, if they're gonna do a DLC for the second game, what I think they should do is the ability to be passive aggressive. You know? Like, you can choose a maybe just slightly different option. Like it. Alright, we're gonna do these. So, like, for example, he said if the client says they just want a bush, even if in the thing it says he wants a specific bush, you can pick a different bush. And it counts towards completion. I don't know. Oh, I like that color there. They got blue. Here, Dr. Seussing this. What's left? I've missed a flower bed somewhere. What did I miss? Oh, this. There we go. Let's see. Can we Dr. Seuss this up a little bit? Yes. Anyway, piping, I just feel like it'd be a fun thing to have, like, as a gimmick, you know? But obviously, like, maybe they have a storyline thing, but if you choose to be one way, you skip the storyline. Versus not. Again, I don't know how hard it'd be. But considering the first game actually had storylines of customers you helped over, like, at least 2 or 3 times. Or has at this point, at least, you know? I mean, it really does have, though. It's something I feel like was sorely missed in the second game as well. Especially since they had they had actual continuity, you know? Like, it's not you're doing it whenever, it's straight up the thing to thing to thing kind of thing. But I still go with the one guy. Still have 2. Huge mess after construction project. Hey there, a little job for you. My dream house has been finished, and I'm incredibly proud of it. Unfortunately, its surroundings are in horrible condition. Litter everywhere, rubble everywhere. You know how it is. I need you to take care of it. Flatten it out, pave it. I also need a playground for my kids and a spot where I can just chill out with my wife in peace and quiet. Oh, and a swimming pool. A bit of comfort is always nice. Thanks a lot. Neat. I mean, are they still alive? I love that part, and I do wish that they had kind of kept some of those elements. I'm sure this is mud. But even then, it's like, why use you're in a neighborhood. Right. Anyway. There we go. Let's see, doop-a-doop-a-doo. I don't think there's any cleaning. Surprisingly, there's no cleaning dirt on this one. There's weed here. Oh, do they want grass? Yes, they do want grass. Cool. Alright, let's clean this up. But what plant? Go. This dude has no idea that he has other issues to be concerned about. And I would say I should put the grass down for these areas, but unfortunately, even if I do, the grass won't change anything there, so yeah. Alright, this... Actually, at this point... Wahahaha. I love the lawnmower. It just lets me do things that, like, nothing else does. Right. Boom. Do. Not sure why they would have lower speeds, to be honest. It's not like this thing stops anything. Rather, it only cuts down weeds, and it only cuts down, like, specific weeds. So in all honesty, it's like... Why wouldn't you want it going at top speed? Go. I don't know. Anyway, there we go. And then there's a spot in here. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. There. Alrighty. And we'll just cut down this as well. And then in here. There we go. I think that's basically it. And there's just this little spot here, and then that's basically it. Yeah. And there's a few spots, but overall, there shouldn't be like a super need. There. Come on. There. Anything else here? Not really. Oh, there's one here. What? There we go. Come on, destroy this. There. Alright. Alright, this does say now it needs grass. Ugh. You know what? Let's do a large here. I hate when it does this to me. Alrighty. Does it need grass here as well? No. There. And then we cover that all up. There. I think this one will fit to this. And here, and I guess I'll do a little bit more here. $95%, huh? Make sure it's not like this side. There we go. I suppose this would make sense here, wouldn't it? Even though it doesn't agree, it would make sense there. Tiniest size again. I hate that this is how this works. Maybe it's this side. Nope. Okay. I mean, what else is left? Like, I've gone all the way out, all the directions. Is there any spots that just don't look right? Um... Okay, so I could do... Okay, that did nothing. I got the grass on this side. Ugh. No, it's still 76. Where am I missing grass? I've gotten outside of every spot, so it's not like it's that. What am I missing? Maybe it just... What? How does this side look now? It's still 96. Like, I would say what I need to do is remove... At some point I hit 97. So it might be these. I don't know. Alright. I just don't think I can hit more accurate than that. I don't know. I hate when this happens because I can't tell what I've done that doesn't count. Or rather, doesn't make it count. It makes it not count. It's so weird. Like... See here, it knows I've finished here. Here, it still thinks it's at 97, and it's like, but what? What have I not done? I mean, you've got the edge here, but I did the edge. Is it like this spot here? I did the wrong direction. Because, like, I can see a little spot there, mind you. No? What do I do? Yeah. I've done as much as I can there. Again, if it just... going all the way across. Huh. Then, you know what? We're just gonna do this like this and see if it makes any difference. I know I've smacked it, so... I just don't know what this is. I don't know what I've done wrong here. We'll leave that for last. Yeah. Alright, first, this definitely goes here. This will definitely need to be this size. Alright. 94. Let's do the small size again. It's again, it's perfect, but over here it's still the... I don't know, I must be missing a spot here. But where's the spot? It looks perfect. I don't know. This should need grass, right? I'm not fooled. Alright. And then we do the medium size. Because that just slides along perfectly. I feel like I'm losing money, by the way. Because of things like this, where it's just like, but why? How? Where? Alright. This will just mow the lawn. Red grass. Too big. Not quite big enough, but it'll do. There we go. Perfect. And then we slide this way. And the lawn is completed. Oof. There we go. There's that grass. This grass. There. And the extra small, I'll just do this. I know technically I don't need to do that much, but it's just, I think it's better to do that. I need to do the paving stones in here. I need to find weeds. I'm missing weeds? Huh. Suppose I should just walk through and see if I can't spot any. Ah. There you go. Alright. Basically, all the grass that I can lay has been laid. And it still thinks that I'm missing some here. Just do it across like this. Yeah. There's nothing there. It's an entirely different one. What I kind of wish would be that it would indicate where I need to go with it. Oh wait, no, this is just what I'm doing. That'd be amazing though if it was just like... Is there anything in here that we can see? No. And it's the kind of thing that makes me go, so does it extend out? I'm not against that. I don't think it does, but you know. Yeah. Um... Back to task a second, because... The color they're doing here? Yeah, that is. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, it's as good as it's gonna get. Look, I've done that. Where would it be? I just don't know. One. 2, 3, 4. 1, 3, 4. Let's see if we can see it under these lights, maybe. Alright, so we got the grass light, all that. I mean, that could be a line-ish. Oh, tiny. That was it. That was the spot right there. Are you kidding me? Let me clean up the mud. I swear, I rolled over on that spot like 4 or 5 different times. Also, why is it that it's his car that's the one that's covered in mud? I mean, this is, like, super bugging me now, like... Mystery. I mean, yeah, construction, it'd be like, yeah, construction crews. They're gonna haul in dirt from their other locations, but specifically going into his, garage. And... Yeah. Why's he only with them on one side? One. We'll have it be here. 1, 2. No, we'll move this one here. There we go. And then there's nothing here. Alright. Let's make these like this. So 1, 2, 3. And then I'm just gonna do these all together like this. And hope they're all in. Alright. Oh. I swear I clicked it and it didn't work. Alright, we do these. Hello, BG Fireball. Not sure I'd want that, but, sure. Alright, and then I just need these. Okay, I need to figure out what to do with this thing. Or can I just put it around the side, y'all? No. It just feels weird. Like, if I could hide this one, I think that it would look better. But I cannot. Oh well. Thanks. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yep. It does not. But, I mean, I like this game. I'm gonna be honest. Alright, although I wish I could see... Alright. It is fun. I will be honest, though, I don't like the second one. Although I've been very, very honest about that. You know, there's like 4 DLCs, right? The second game's the one where I feel like they could have done more. Actually, no. There's, including free DLCs, there are a total of 7. Yeah. No, the second one, hello, Knight. No, the first one, well, yes. Alright. I'll do the high steps, but basically, the first one, there's like... They're literally going to have another DLC come out for this game, or for this one specifically, number 1, in about a month. It's like... And the DLC will be better than anything they did in the second game. Which is sad. Almost guarantee it. Damn. Two, three, 4, 5, 8, 9. I mean, that's true. But... Oh yeah, that's true, Yeah. I don't disagree. But like the first game, it's like, well, it's... And the thing is, I'm not saying to do it, like, all together, all the DLCs together are like... We can talk about a game. You can also recommend games in the Discord. Yeah, but basically I'll put it on the list of games as soon as I can get it, kind of thing. Or if I have the game, I can play it, but otherwise, I have been clear, I mean, I have a limited budget, so... Alright. But, yeah, no. No, it's fine. I can play that one. Probably. Maybe. I can look at it, at least. And I know it's very silly to say that was I'm talking about the DLCs of this game, which, I mean, I got a lot of them before I started doing this on stream. I got a couple of them after as well, but they are each their own game as well, basically, within the game. And there's things in the DLCs that I wish they'd brought to the second game. Including... We have grappling hooks in the first game if you get the Farm Flipper DLC specifically. That's too far. I mean... No, it doesn't. And here's the thing, the Farm Flipper DLC literally came out about 6 months before the second game did. They acted like when they announced the... Oh yeah. Oh no, I don't disagree. Although I think part of it is they don't actually make it. Well, actually no. They use the same pre-assets before as that they used before, so it's not like it's actually new. They just added new things to it, but... Yeah. The thing is, and I've said, I actually said this, it's like each of the DLCs have their unique gimmick to them that are pretty fun. And it's like they could have expanded on the second game. Like the Luxury has the ability to refurbish certain pieces of furniture when you are doing a job. The Pets DLC, the Pets DLC lets you have pets. The farm completely changes the game. It's like I can understand why they're like $10 to $15 kind of thing. Garden Flipper adds gardening. But it was like... Yeah. And the fact that they're adding yet another DLC. It's... And I was also kind of left with, like the things that they brought... Like, I was like, maybe what... All they really added to the second game is customization of items. You can't customize as much on this one, but I don't feel the need to, so it just kind of becomes... But why? Does it really matter? And the answer is really no. It doesn't. I missed. But I honestly think it just would have made more sense to kind of, sort of, take in some of these things, or at least the jobs. They can be semi-unique, but you'd have the ability to kind of just add jobs, I think. Like, one of the biggest things I really feel about the second game is it just doesn't have enough jobs, and the people are also really annoying. But you get, though, like in this game, occasionally you get to find out what happened afterward, kind of thing. In the second game, you never do. And it feels disappointing when so many of the characters in the second game are just absolute horrible people. You know, we're just gonna leave that one as is. I might add a little bit extra grass. So it just makes me go, so why can't I find out that and the answer is simply put, probably because most of those cases would not end well. And, yeah. I just don't think they're there. But, beyond that, though, I really just think it was a little very disappointing, actually. After I was so excited about the first game, so I was just like, they had all the things they could have done with it, and they did none of it. Plus, I mean, they made certain things worse. Whether intentionally or not, I don't know, but like, a good example is here, yeah, you can't walk all the way to the road, but that's because you've got a fence and stuff, right? But you're still walking at least up to the, this, right? You would think that the second game would let you actually walk up to the street, or, you know, make sure you can fix these things here. Not do the opposite and then make it so you can't go even, like, you're even farther away, like, you're basically standing here, you can't go beyond this point, and just... Plus, I mean, here's something crazy that I find absolutely insane. Dynamic settings. The second game, you would think that's the one that would add in some dynamic settings where you can actually see all the different houses around you, right? And they change depending on where you are and all that. That the locations really and truly are different. Yeah, there we go. And I mean, that would have made a lot of sense to do. Right? Except that's the first game that does that. The second game, straight up, it's just like... It's all so the same, it's like, at least remove the burger from the picnic table. I don't think I'm asking a lot here. This fits here. Let's put this one here. Like, I'm not saying, like, they should do, like, I'm just saying, like, come on. Basics. At least make it not obvious. Go. The thing is, even this one, which is a garden flipper one, the house is at least changed, so it doesn't all feel like they're the same street. So, like, this street will be slightly different than another. And it's just like... I feel like they had the potential to do something like that, but they just didn't. Alright, let's see if we can fit everything in here. That's 3 of those. It'd be awkward. I'm gonna put this here. This here, and this here. Am I supposed to do this? There you go. But yeah. That's really where I'm left with at this point, is it's just like... And mind you, this one has its issues. I'm not saying it doesn't. I do like the fact that you were able to customize a little bit more, but even then, it's not enough for it to be $40. $40 you can buy the base game and at least one DLC, and depending on if there's a sale going on, you might be able to buy up to 3 DLC for that price. Plus, this comes with a lot of freebies just within the base game and free DLCs as well. It's not all paid DLC. Yeah. I didn't miss this, but whatever. I don't care. Anyway, I'm not trying to complain. It's just... every time I look, I'm left with... But why? You can. They've got several different types of bundles, too. So, like, you can buy... yeah, there's a discount. The biggest thing is it's like, you can buy the whole game and every DLC, but that in a bundle, but that is still $80. I don't recommend doing that. But it is effectively like 3 or 4 of the second game, so, you know, I mean, technically you actually get more for your money. Mind you, like I said, I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying, ironic. That, yeah. Free. Anyway, but yeah. I just wish that it was more, yeah. I just wish the second game was more worth it. And the fact that they didn't add features that were in the base game at this point either. I still go with until after enough people complained. It's like how like how does that even happen? Plus, they don't even have this kind of stuff. I love this kind of thing, you know? The little mini games. They're super cool. I mean, you don't have to do a lot with them, but the fact that it basically just became a sticker game, I still go with it's like, come on. And now I can't move this. It's actually gotta, well, you better have decided you actually want it there. Which is nice. I'm not complaining. I like that is a vibe. You know what? We're gonna actually change this to be a little bit different. I like that. And then the bench. I did this color, right? No, right. I did. I want this one here. I want this. And then I just want a nice. I did a little bit different. Alright, we can flip this. Just to add a little bit of color to the whole thing. There. I have still missed something. What have I missed? Also, again, another thing that it's just like, why did at least I don't know if it now is there now, but like at least for the start of the thing, right? Why was it so difficult to add have the taskbar be always visible? Like for everything, like you can look at all the rooms at once, so I can see. Oh, that's right. I need to make a playground. I knew there was something left. Alright, let's see if we can't figure out what area that is. Probably this one. And it's actually lit up too, to show you this is the whole area. You're not asking questions like, well, where does it go? It's such a simple thing. There we go. And see, I mean, it's not a lot, but it is enough to be like determining for it. Like, yep, it's just kind of fun. All right, and then they want a little playground. Let's have the slide be that color. Oh, we'll have this be this, and then the roof can be just a nice green. Yeah. I mean, I know not everybody would, but it's just like instead of what they did go with. Ooh, I don't want to put that there. Move it over. Yes, that's better. I mean, it's like I'd rather have this be the thing that I'm doing instead of the trash. And I'm to actually carry every piece of trash because, oh, that's... I don't know. Somehow... Go black currants. Alright, we're gonna add a little bit of it, just like this. It'll work. Oof. Anyway, I don't know. It's just not like they didn't add more busy work to make up for the lack of this busy work. They just made it more annoying busy work. Like here, you don't have to leave the house area that you're working on just to go do whatever it is that you feel like you need to do, right? I think you just one by one, you do each little mini game action kind of thing. Quickly are able to complete all the stuff, and it works out pretty well. Whereas in the second game, the busy work is effectively along the lines of, there you go. Like, let's pretend there's a piece of trash here. You grab the trash, and then you have, if you run out of, it makes it so that instead you have to run all the way back to the front, or wherever there's a trash can, basically, to throw out the trash that you've picked up. Go boop, and then go back, and then boop, and then go back. And I think that between the two, for actual gameplay, this is more actual gameplay, you know? Like, you're doing different things. Every single thing requires a different action. Whereas every single one requires trash. And the thing is, I'd say, oh, they updated their graphics, so it's not like this. They didn't. The same flat leaves. Ugh, like, all the things you would think that would be upgraded because, oh, well, you know. It's a new game. It needs more this, needs more that. No. No, that stays the same. Oh, okay. So what I mean, if you're still here, BG Fire, by dynamic housing, is they have a map. Yeah. All right, so I can show you here because this house is a really good example of this. I don't think I have any of the other places. I could get one though. But if I go outside, you can see all these different buildings. Yeah. No. See all these different buildings? They're all different locations that you can both buy and do jobs at, and you can see all the other locations from them. So for example, that yacht, that's a place you can buy / do a job at, and then you can see all these things around the whole place as well. That apartment, or actually that's an office there, I think I even, actually, you know, let's go see if I have any of them to kind of show what I mean. I don't remember what I have right now. But if I have the, I think I might have the, oh yeah, also, we have a truck. It might not be a car, but we at least have a truck, and there's actually cars around. Alright, room for enhancements, brief cottage, model apartment. So, if we go here, right? And I mean, if they had done this with the second game, I think it'd have been really cool, because they could have done that from the beginning. Let me see if it'll load. And, yeah, okay, it's loaded. But see, you can see these up close now, these buildings that you could kind of see from far away. Right there. And if you look, it's hard to see from like here, but if you were to look around, you would eventually be able to figure out where you are in comparison to everything else as well. I think I need to go upstairs for the really showing what's on the other side. Because the whole space is huge, but it is annoying to figure out what's where. Or maybe there's no ability to see that side. But you would be able to see, if I had a window to that side, you would be able to see that as well. I think that's because it's an apartment. Yeah. But you can still see around and see some of the buildings that you could see from over there. And you can see the water, so... Like, if you were able to look... Let's see what I mean? kind of, like, you can see the buildings from here at a closer view here, and if I was able to look, if I had a building that did that, I would be able to show it better, but I don't. And we have really cool, like, the mirrors actually mirror things. I mean, they kind of do in the second game, but it's just, yeah. Anyway, point being, I wish, here we go. Alright, gotta hit the button. I wish, that they had done this for the second game. Like, see, now you can kind of see the buildings that were in question, and you can even kind of see where the apartment goes from this position here, and you can see it there. And then, you know, you'd think they would bring that to the second game, especially since it's a smaller map, and that it would just be... Yeah, it is literally a downgrade. And at first I thought, oh, I think they've improved the skybox, so the skybox moves. No, the skybox does move, but it's a more natural speed, so it's a little bit slower. So it's not even that. But yeah, you can see that would be where the apartment is over there. But like I said, like you would think that it's like, oh, it's this, right? The skybox. That's different, but just it takes a minute. It's like it's not dynamic clouds, but they are moving. Just very slowly. But that's how they would look in real life. So they're actually moving faster and less naturally in the second. To show that they're moving. See? I was on blue and now it's on a cloud. And yeah, you can buy that house. But you can see several different things. Also, some of the jobs are actually connected to each other. So, like, for this DLC, it starts off with a, basically a trial DLC, right? Where there's a guy he's a rock star, and he has a son he isn't really close to, and he's just having you renovate his house for him, and potentially his son, when his son comes over, his son gets to sleep on the couch. The second job you do, which is the first official job if you buy the DLC, is you work on this yacht, which is what the son had a huge party on, and he's begging you to clean it up before his dad sees. Because it was a bit wild. Of a party. He's like, please save my butt. But considering, like, each of the DLCs and a couple other places, for the most part, they actually do that. Heck, the Garden Flipper DLC literally starts with the same lady that you start the entire game with, who definitely killed her boyfriend. Yeah. And she has another job for you. Basically, so it's just like, there's all kinds of things like that it's just like, you actually get a vibe for the world, you know? You get to see some of these people more than once, and then it's like, in the game that you would think would actually have that more, again, it's supposed to be a small town, right? Where you're supposed to know everybody, but you don't. Also, no water physics at all in the second game. Like, except for kind of the ocean. By the way, I could go show you waterfalls. Yeah. And the implication of people dying in this game, and the implication that you're a immortal vampire of some kind in this one, whereas in the other one, you're simply some puny mortal. Like, why would I want to be the puny mortal of the second game when in this game I'm clearly an immortal vampire? Which this game confirms exists. That vampires exist. You can buy their house. It's super annoying to be there, though, so I had to sell that one because it was just like... Soundtrack is horrible, but... Because it's really and truly got the screams and the moans of the people there. I would not be surprised if that was what inspired Phasmo. To some extent. But, yeah, like, everything about the second game is such a downgrade. And I don't understand how they can feel they can charge more as a general rule. And, like, well, I mean, it's okay as long as you're careful about it, but yeah, it can be pretty difficult. But, like, and the thing is, this one specifically, not the second one, but this one gets a whole bunch of free DLC stuff. So, like, you can go buy DLC. So just for base game, well, obviously for outside there's nothing because that's, but you can see you've got a whole bunch of different types of doors that it does its whole thing. But it's like you can even go in here and you can see decorations. So because they were teamed up with the museum, a museum, I don't remember which one. No, not all DLC is. Free DLC is the base game, Cyberpunk, and which is the other one? Survival. Those are the 3 free DLCs. The others, this is why I said only buy it on sale. But for if you just want to do like 1 or 2 DLCs, I recommend doing the garden and maybe the farm. Because, like I said, the farm one completely changes the game. You have so many things added. Everything here is added with the farm DLC. And then you'd be paying about the same price as the second game, but you get so much extra stuff. And extra jobs. And water. That actually does things. And doesn't just sit there do nothing. So this is how I'm going to explain it. As I said, I don't recommend doing all the DLCs, unless you're like, it's super on sale, which they do go on sale a lot now that the second game is out. So yeah. Yeah, like I said, I don't recommend like doing it otherwise, because it is expensive. But I will say, it is basically it's at least 2 of the second game, if not 3 or 4 times the size, if you were to get all of it together, so. Yeah. Honestly, there's a lot of really cool things that are added just in the free DLCs. And I did double check to make sure they were still free. They are still free. Yeah. No, I get it. I'm not like saying you should. As I said, I'm just saying like between the first and second game, this is the one to get. I mean, just look at that. Second game, it's flat. How is it that the water is less dynamic in the second game? Oh, also. Well, you're walking because you're an immortal vampire, but it actually fogs up and stuff when you're in the water. Like it's water. Not you just sit on top like it's not like it's just flat and yeah. And one of the things I know they finally added, but they had already added the base game a long time ago. Hello, kitty cat. Was this. This was already in the base game, and so when the second game came out and you could not do this, I was just like, that's what I was just like, how? How? Like, really? Yeah. Oh, I don't disagree. I think it's because they felt like they should do a second game. And here's what I've said. I think it would have been a great sequel. Yeah. The thing is, I think it would have been a great sequel if it came out like a year or two after the first game came out, because obviously you didn't already have the feature where you could just sleep in a bed at that point. That was added later. You didn't have all the different DLCs that you can get and make more of it to the game. Heck, you didn't have all these different jobs that you can just get random in general. I think it would have been fine then. It would have been a good be like, oh, it's a continuation of this individual. It's not. Like I said, this is a dude that is an immortal vampire at this point. Who... Yeah. Literally, basically, it had a whole modern-day version of the, Christmas Carol. And then you do all the different jobs from when he's a young man to when he's an old man. Staying the same the entire time, of course. So it's like, yeah, we're... Yeah. And like I said, this isn't the base game. This is, a lot of it is, luxury. I'm not saying to just, and all the others, but the thing is, it's just like, even base game, you have more to it, and that's where I'm just left with, why? And that's why I've said it. Like, the second game, if it came out after the first one, it'd be fine. Like, right after the first one. Never had a DLC, never did Garden Flipper, never did any of the others. Never showed what they really could do with it. And as I said, I feel like the fact that you can just pick up trash, right? And it doesn't, like, make you walk anywhere. Yeah, they're from the Pets DLC. That's why I say, like, I have all the DLCs at this point. But they are so cute. And it's not as glitchy as you would think it would be with all of them. It's just occasionally glitchy. But, you know, it's fine. But I was like, I'm streaming the game. So I might as well. But there are actual pets you take care of and you make sure they're okay. And all those kinds of things. And I don't know, I just love all the different little things that you can do. And the fact that there's several things you can still just, it's just like, I don't know. As I said, not trying to sell the first game specifically, I'm just saying I wish the second game did more. And I think it's just disappointing. But the best example of this is, as I said, of what the second game could have been. Give me a second. I will show this one. I think this is what makes it such a huge disappointment. I think it's this one? Yeah. To really show what they could have done if they had done what they do in the DLCs. And it's like, this is the first game. This is something that it's like, this is what you should have improved upon. And like I said, this came out in April of last year. And the second game came out in December. And so it's a little bit more than 6 months, but not enough. There's the mountains, and look there. We've got a waterfall. Just like so much vibe. Like, waves moving, clouds, just... We have some hot air balloons moving around a little bit. This is what I would have expected out of the second game. And again, it's dynamic. You can, I believe, buy that house down there. And then you could see, and you could get those houses and all that. And you can just see the different houses from the different points of view and everything. This DLC is what the second game should have been. Yeah. That's why I say just get this DLC, maybe the Garden DLC, and then you would basically have everything you need to have a much better experience overall, game-wise. And it's just for a similar price. And it just... yeah. I mean, it basically would be pretty plain. I have that and I can show, but even then, it's still much more... yeah. And I mean, that's kind of where I go with it. I don't like say, oh, but I just go with they could have at least environmentally, and this is what I'm showing this out here. This is what they were doing, and they're literally going to have another DLC come out for this game, and it's going to make even more things amazing about this game if you get the DLC. Again, it's going to be too expensive and all that, but it's like, it also adds extra jobs, extra everything. It really is its own game. So basically, what's really the sequel is the Garden Flipper DLC. And then the third game would be the HGTV DLC. And then the fourth game would be the Luxury DLC. Then the fifth game would be the Pets DLC. And then the sixth game would be this DLC. So in reality, it's basically had 6 whole games with all the DLCs. Which is about right, because that's about what the prices are. It's basically another game on top of it. And look, I mean, the size of the plots of the land and everything, they really went all out. It is slightly glitchy, but it's just like, this is where you would fix that with the second game. You even have this stuff. I'm not going to wash these away, but it's just like, you have this neat little, cool little cave here for this one. And all of them kind of have things like that. And it's just like, why is it that... and that is, like, I think one of the biggest things I look at when I look at the second game, and I go, customization is nice. I'll acknowledge that. Yes, it's far more customizable than this game. Right? Like, you can have it be any color, blah, 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 blah. But if what we're sacrificing for that is things like this, it doesn't feel as worth it. And as I've said, this specific DLC added all of these things, including a drone. Like, you literally have a drone to go do things. Yep. Yeah, oh, yeah. Yep. You can just really just look around. And see. And yes, the trees are flat back there. But, like I said, in the second game, they're flat too. I figured that out in the builder build. It's kind of ironic. They didn't change any of the things you think they would fix / change. It's like, you've got that, you've got... and, I mean, these I'm pretty sure are... basically just... and I mean, yeah, and not everything is, but a lot of things are just easy enough to do and to get and all that, and just... I think this is base game. This is the Apple. Pretty much every paint has, and honestly though, that's where I'd go with it. It's weird that they're each their own game. And that's where I can understand why they're paid, you know? Like, it's not like I'm saying, like, but it's just like, it is its own game. You had, like, 12 jobs here, I think, or something like that. And the first job and the last job actually are connected. So it's really cool, because then you get to know, did they find their cow? They did find their cow. And it was with the help of their aunt. And so they're helping to renovate their aunt's house, because it was their aunt, right? Yeah. Because he hasn't been able to get around to it, and it's like this is the favor that they're paying back. In the first one, you're hired to fix up the barn and stuff so that they're able to at least have that peace of mind while they're trying to find their precious cow. There's their beloved cow. Yeah. And again, it's just something I feel like it would have made sense to do in the second game, but they didn't. And that really is where I start just going, but why? Why is it that, like, something like this, or having connected jobs or the like, right? Why are these things that aren't brought to the second game, but instead it's so customizable? And the trailer totally tricks you into thinking it's more like this as well. I mean, like, I watched the trailers that they had for the second game. I did. They got me interested because I was like, oh, this is going to be great. It's going to be just like the, like, especially because it's like at this point, this is what you're expecting. And the biggest thing I'm saying here is it's just like the atmosphere and the vibe. Yes. Base game, it's closer. Like, I can show kind of what the vibes of the base game. It's the same as the Garden Flipper, but basically, I have one. Little classic here. This is another one in the Farm Flipper one. Sorry, clicked the wrong one. So hard to tell because they don't let me just say it's from this. It's fine though. But I mean, again, to just kind of show, yeah, you really do get. And I mean, I think the biggest thing is it just shows that they've had improved their lighting and da 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 da. The biggest things that are good about the second game, and again, oh yeah, here's another waterfall, because this is pets. This is a Pets DLC, but again, you've got just this lovely water. It feels nice. It feels open. Like, why wouldn't you want, like, vibes? All these little places. It's just cool. And dynamic. The biggest thing is lighting. So you can see when you're not in the room, the light is not on. It's hard to see during the day, but at the same time, it's not as big a deal that it's not on. Alright, let me see though if I could see, look at the, it's not Cabin in Woods. Which one? Camping Bungalow, that's it. This one. So this is base game, so it's not, well, I mean, it's still got the trees, in a way, that kind of just is everywhere and all that. So this is like the base that they could have done. And yes, technically out here, it's like, yeah, it's similar. But again, you can go closer to the door here. You can go all the way up to the gate. It's nice that you can do that. You're not like standing here going, but the gate is there. Why can't I go up to the gate? And the thing is, once we go inside, I'm using base game things for the most part here. And they don't really, like, the second game doesn't really do that. Like, just vibes in this way. And they are base game. Even the stairs, I'm pretty sure are. I added this building on, but, like we have colors and choices and things. I'm able to do stuff like this. These doors don't appear in the second game because it came as a free DLC item, I believe. Or maybe it wasn't free. No, this one wasn't free. This one was $5. $5 for fancy doors and a few other cool things. But I'm not saying get that. I just think they're cool. But it's like, even here, you've got where the trees are actually in the yard to look at in that way. Like, you still have some dynamic to the buildings. At the very least, it's not made to look all the same. Like, or rather, it can look all the same because they're all, well, you don't have a red building. You don't have, they are very milquetoast. it's designed around the idea of, because it would have been limited at this point, right? But it's designed around the idea of when you look at it, it's not noticeable. And the thing is, I mean, so you don't have clouds. And I think that's much smarter to do something like that if you don't have the ability to do the sky function, right? And it gives a nice vibe. So this is what I'm saying. It's just like, I don't know. Like, this is why I say, if the second game had come out right after the first, I could see it. A little bit more customization, or ridiculously customizable. Maybe a little bit more green, but it's like, the whole point is this is a suburban neighborhood. So it's like it works. It's once you get out into the wooding area. Oh, I don't mean just the doors. I wanted to see what they had in it. I actually like a couple of the things in the pop deco. Let me see if I can't show them. For pop art. So, like, I like it's just a few items. There's nothing too fancy about it, but... And you got a couple cool things. I think it's just a shame that there's no... And this is why I say don't bother with it. It doesn't have any jobs to it, but at the same time, I do get it. They didn't say there were. Good stuff. You got some pretty cool looking things. Pop art. And it just adds a little bit more extra if you want extra items. But if you don't want them, you don't need to get it. Which is nice. They didn't just make you have to, like, be like... Point being, I'm not, like, saying get this. I'm saying the opposite. I try it so you don't have to. But, I mean, overall, you got some really nifty things. And, yeah, the doors are just... I think the doors are the best part of it, but you do get some pretty cool stuff. Like I said, most of this is just base. Other than the doors. And that's what I'm saying. Just ignore the doors. The doors aren't important. Actually, this door, I think, is base game. So, don't ignore that door. But that's kind of where I go with it. It's like, yes, this is the base game. It's very boring in comparison. That's why I say get at least one DLC with it. Get it on sale. What I'm saying is, it's like, this is where I go, if they were doing it after, it'd be fine. But the fact that several features, A, still don't exist, such as being able to do little mini games and stuff, right? And then beyond that, it's just like... I'm just left with, they've learned so much, they've done so much with the DLCs that shows how much they've learned, right? No longer a base game like this. I still say, I wish we still could buy that car. I liked the car. But, you know, I like the truck too. Kind of funny that it's like, they clearly are trying to make... But it's like... In its own way, it feels more alive to have, like, a car here or there. Because it's like, yeah, people live here. It's weirder that in the second game you don't get that. It's just empty streets. Again, even though it should be way more full. With the whole small town vibes that they're going for. Although it's small town vibes that have a beach, a forest area, and suburban neighborhoods. Anyway, I don't know. And like I said, I'm not saying get the game. I'm not saying... It's like, it's the things like this that make me go, but why did the second game... Yeah. Honestly, I feel like at this point, I'm just gonna return to the office now, but it's just like... Even the first DLC... add things. And by the way, the base game actually does have... I don't have that building anymore, but it does have one building that actually has a skybox and it works. And it's like the final house in the thing that you can get. It's a Dragon Ball reference. But it's like... And I think to me the biggest thing is it's just like, I'm not saying... And this is where it's just like... The time wasters, I feel like it's smarter the way they did it in the first game with the mini games of doing just like, oh, you need to put the toilet together, or you need like, or if you, oh, you want to put down this item, well now you need, it's like, yeah, I get that. It's weirder to have it be, oh, you've picked up too much trash, well now you need to go back to the front. Yeah, it's like, oh. Well, that was impressive. But it's like, I'm serious. I think the fact that the second game is time waster thing is just, you're picking up trash, right? And then it's just like, oh, you've picked up too much. Now you've thrown this bag on the ground and you have to pick up this bag of trash. And you have to go find a trash can so you can put it in the trash can. Whereas in this game, and again, like I said, you would think this is the second game. Weirdly enough, just from mechanics alone. Other than the more customizability. But they're adding more customizability to the next update as well, or DLC, so it's like, even more so like, but why? I mean, it's not perfect, but it'll ironically have some things that the second game doesn't have. Like the ability to write your own neon messages. It's just like I get it. Customization is fun, but like, when the only thing you can do for time waster after that is, well, you picked up too much trash, now you need to carry it over there. And until you do that, it doesn't count towards you've picked up that trash, basically. Whereas here, it's like you just click on the trash and it gets picked up. Like I said, it's weird. It feels very backwards. This feels like it should be the second game, especially once you get all the DLCs into it, but even the base game. Having a more interesting style thing to do instead with the little put together the toilet or whatever, right? That doesn't actually take as long, I don't think, for the most part, as finding a trash can for whatever. And the thing is, you don't have to do too much. All you have to do, it's like, I'm so sorry, I'm not complaining so much, but it's like, and if you want it to be easier, all you have to do is literally like be hitting E. You don't have to actually click. You can just hit E over whatever item needs to be done, and it continues to work forward. Oftentimes, heck, you can do things. Well, it's just like zeros in a little bit better. But it's like, oh, you want to put in a radiator? Well, you just gotta do this and this. Like 3 simple extra steps, but yes, it's a bit of time waster, but at the same time, it makes sense. Sorry, the hiccup. It's like, yeah, you have to install it, and then, yeah. You can either click it or you press E, but it even highlights what you need to click. It's like, I mean, look. Oh, you want to cut down the tree? It'll highlight like that, see? And you can either do it the more difficult way, going through to find the axe, or you can just straight up cut it down with E. Either way, though, I mean, it even tells you what it does and how it does it. But it doesn't need a tutorial to do that because it's just a little bit there. And like I said, yes, these trees are flat. But second game has flat trees too. It's just weird how many flat trees there really are in the second game. Or improved. But yeah, overall, it's just like, I don't know. As I've said, I think if the other DLCs didn't exist, and it was just the original base game, and that was what came out instead of Garden Flipper, it would be a 10 out of 10 sequel. It'd be amazing. It'd be crazy. It's like you have more customization options. Yeah, they traded out the more interesting thing for just having the trash or whatever. You have a skill tree, which is kind of cool for a little while, and then just like, why do I have a skill tree? Especially when it implies that I need to be like choosing carefully what I want, and it's just like I get all of it anyway. So yeah, that didn't matter. It's like I feel like there's just so many things they should have added to it that are little things. The little things add up to big things. Like I've said, it could have used a few more jobs. It could be jobs like in the first game, you don't talk to the person at all, or have any indication that you're talking to them. I feel like especially like just have the emails that are being sent to you as a business associate, especially since they apparently don't know you half the time. Why are they having emojis? You don't send emojis to somebody who you want to work for you as a job, especially not somebody you don't know that well. Like, it's. And I'm not kidding, that is a thing in the second game. Like, in the first game, it's a business email. It's like, hello, I need this done. Da 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 da. In the second game, they've got, alrighty, I hope you have a good night's sleep. Yeah. I hope you have a good night's sleep. I'm sorry that you got the second game. Yeah. But I mean, I get it. Like, I got the second game because I was super excited about it, and it was just like, gosh. Anyway, I hope you have a good night. But yeah, I mean, I go with. It's so weird that the second game does that. You don't emoji, but it's just like they do. And some of them are really sus. It's like, why are you sending this kind of emoji to me? Especially from the person who's supposed to be our friend, who we don't actually get along with, but our parents definitely think that we're friends with. And it's just kind of like, Hedgecat. Yeah. I'm just saying that, in that case, I just was like, Hey, go kitty. Just like real life. But, yeah, it's just, it's weird. The whole stupid thing. I mean, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna go with. We should have at least been able to have a pet. Oh. Ayo, puppy. Let's give you a treat too. Apparently you're all sad. Like, I do pay attention to you guys. You're happy. Yep. It's about accurate. And that's just accurate to the hedge cat. But yeah, no. I don't know. I'm not like trying to. You know, I am trying to knock. I am gonna knock the second game a lot because it's just like. It's disappointing. It really doesn't feel good as a game. And if you really want to know what I think, I feel like they were a little bit too focused on representation. Which I don't care if you have in your game. I didn't complain about it. I just was like, and super confused because they don't specify anything anywhere. I think there's so much more focus on things like that. It was just like, but where's the just everything else? Like, I don't care what you throw in your game, you know? Yeah, I know. And ironically, I'd argue it made it worse because it's like, well, this couple is gonna break up. Ironically. No, it doesn't really. Like I said, I don't care overall. As long as the game is good and doesn't feel like it's suffering. I mean, it's beyond that. I am just saying, I think it's disappointing. It was super confusing like half the time where I'm like, wait, is my client supposed to be... Who is my client? Like, they didn't put their stories together well either. Like, the guy who's supposed to be having his girlfriend move in, I think it's a guy. It doesn't specify. But his girlfriend's already moved in. Basically. But it's clear that it's not his room, right? Or their room, or whatever. And it's just like... Okay. And the one I think was the worst, though, in the second one, story-wise, was the person who's going... Like, their girlfriend supposedly set up the whole thing, right? That they were supposed to be working on... Because they're a streamer group, and they're gonna have a streamer house, and the person who hired you's uncle's house, who's agreed to let them utilize the place. And their girlfriend's supposed to have set some things up to make it easier for you to do that. Nope. The only person who has anything put together in that household is them. And they're apparently a makeup streamer, so it's like, okay, could be a dude, could be a... But it's just like, that's not a couple that's gonna last. Yeah. Like, I don't care. I just kind of wish I did know, actually, ironically. Like, they leave so many things so vague. And ironically, you can tell, like, the ones that are they're not lasting are the ones that are made super vague and kind of implied. Which is weird, because they... And also the lesbian couple who... They're definitely going to break up over the fact that it's like... One of them said, you can add a bit of a cafe to it, but nowhere near the books. And then the other person had you literally put it all in through the books of the bookstore. It's like, that is going to end badly. And I want the job where we have them having them moving out, you know? But we don't get that, because, you know. But it's like, the stories are half put together like that. And it's just like, you can specify. I don't think it's evil to specify these kinds of things. For one, for like... If you want people to think that way, or don't specify, and leave everybody vague. But I don't know. Like, thanks. Like I said though, the only reason I really even is it's just like I feel like one of the biggest things I'll be honest that would have kept the game together, even though it's missing so much, like the atmosphere and the everything, would have been if the stories kind of made any sense and were put together in any way, shape, or form. These are supposed to be people that our main character should have known in the second game. Helen or whatever the guy's name is. I don't remember what it would have been if you were a guy. Um, and they aren't. Many of them are just kind of like, I think randomly would have been interesting, but they aren't doing that. And again, these are supposed to be people you know. Heck, I think one of them even refers to you, sort of, as they kind of know you, but then it's just like. Alright, let me just say some things I think I wish they had done with the story to put them back, that would have put it more together, right? So, like, the first guy that actually hires you, right? He knows who you are. You should be, like, the same age. They're implied you were schoolmates and all that, right? He shouldn't have hired you through your not friend, Tom. Mm-hmm. But he should have hired you. Mm-hmm. The first guy, it's like, because he knows you. And he's like, this is something I don't want other people to see, but, I know you. Especially since, again, it makes it very unclear whether we're friends or not with Tom. Whether Tom has tried to make moves on us or not. There's all kinds of things that just left questioned. Don't care. But it's like a little odd. But I would have had him hire you. That's an awkward case. Especially considering his. If his roommate is actually supposed to be a guy, it's like. Okay. Pink. Rom-coms, da 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 da. Like beyond like anything. It's just like dating games and all that. Pink nail polish and all that. And you're cleaning up the room for the brother, right? I think it would have made more sense if he's hiring you because he knows who you are and he knows you can keep a secret, you know? Still say that's the only one that really screams, other than the fact that they're trying so hard to make it. No, nobody died. The guy ran away to Japan in the middle of the night. But that's literally part of that one. But point being that that's why he hires you. He knows who you are. He knows you're good at, and he knows that you started a business recently or heard rumors that you have, so he contacts you, right? I think that would have been a good way to start rather than Tom gives you a job, which you should have been able to get on your own. So you owe him. And I'd have had the other jobs as well be starting at least, like the first few, be people you know. Hiring you for various little jobs around, whether it be because they feel like they should, because they're your friend or whatever, and they want to help you get started, or because they know that you don't necessarily ask questions and the like, right? So basically, it just, yeah. And then from there, you can have pretty much anything else as well. Especially, and the other thing is, I don't know if I would have had. Yeah. Exactly. That doesn't have to be 100% perfect because this is somebody they know. Kind of thing. And then you get into bigger jobs later on. Also, I don't necessarily feel like you should have been able to buy the same houses that you renovate in the second game. In the first game, it makes sense. You're an immortal vampire dude, even though they don't specifically say it, it's heavily implied by the fact that you, like I said, literally the one job that takes place over what has to be at least 30, 40 years minimum. Potentially more, and that you still. Yep. And then you still, you're still the same everything. Vampire. But the second game, that doesn't make sense. You know these, you could say, oh yeah, because they totally got that divorce, but it's not really because it's a different house. But it's the same house. And it's like, but they aren't moving, they aren't doing anything. Somebody else bought this building. Why are you, or whatever. Why are you buying the house? How are you buying the house? Including the one that you supposedly turned into a community center. Because hi, are you needing something? Nope. Yep. Exactly. Eventually, the irony is they added someone who you totally are supposed to think that way about, clearly. Near the end, but she was like one of the few people I'm like, I get her. I understand her attitude, ironically. She's like one of the few individuals I get the whole being frustrated and all that. Where it's like they added door frames as windows. Cat. Was it you? Probably. Yeah, I knew it. This bullet. No. Not supposed to sell. We're renovating for these people. We're being hired as a contractor to fix up their house. In several cases where they're moving into the house. And yeah, you can buy the community center. You spent the whole time trying to make it do this whole one thing, even though in reality you probably would just want to buy the house. But you can't. But then you can. Like, I guess you can also buy your parents' house. Oh, by the way, yeah, you do start, the house you start with is your parents' house. They get a new house, but yeah. It's like in this game, like I said, I get it. Eventually these people move out, and you get the house then, or they die. Oh yeah, no, I don't disagree with something like that. It's just that none of them are. They're all buying, moving, renovating, blah blah blah. This cat is flying. The witch hat doesn't mean that you actually can fly, hedge cat. Hello. Are you stuck? I think you're stuck. Come here. Yeah. No, I do. That is kind of how I feel. Like, the biggest thing to me is it's just like, and I mean, maybe they don't feel like that. They don't think they went there here, right? But like I said, they did the entire Christmas Carol. As in, like, what would be his whole story before having the ghosts pop in, and then the ghosts. Yeah. Which just shows that the time moves differently here. It's like, yeah, okay, sure. I can understand this game having that mechanic of you can buy the house, like especially since they added that. I cannot understand that in the second game. And I mean, it's like also the second game is so weird. Like for this game, they embrace the fact that you potentially the bloodstained stuff in the first one, right? They leaned into it. They got some other things. They've clearly added other things throughout the game to and the DLCs to be like, ooh, look at this mystery kind of thing, right? In the second game, they go out of the way to go, no, no. Even though this absolutely screams, and I mean it when I say screams. Yeah. Oh no, I don't disagree. But it's more like literally it just it screams murder. It's literally the first job again, right? But they go all the way to go, no, 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 the person really and truly went to Japan. Look, they wrote this note, da 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 da. And it's just like, you know, you could have it be where the guy killed the other guy. Or girl. And add little implications, but not like go over the top, right? You don't have to. Heck, it'd be a nice little homage to the first game. Where the guy literally, yeah, able to. But they don't. And I don't know. I just. I think at the end it just does become more of a disappointment. Like. And I'm not saying, like, oh, but I'm saying more like small town, and literally the most suspicious thing is that supposedly somebody ran to another, or that he got a job in another country overnight and then immediately left for the job. But that is absolutely what happened, and there's no anything else. Which, by the way, does not happen. Also, there's just so many things. The first job, I feel like would have been more sense if they had done it differently. Like, the guy supposedly had no idea that his roommate was so messy, dirty, whatever. The bathroom is an absolute mess. So if we're supposed to not assume that there was a struggle, then dude knew how much of anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to complain about the whole thing. I don't want to. I have actually for the last hour, but I don't know. There's so many things with it, and I just. Really? Hedgecat doing what Hedgecat does. But, like, I mean, ironically, like, oh, I'm down to my last job. Okay. Yeah. Oh no, I do agree. I do agree they should do something like that. Yeah, no. No, I do agree with the newspaper clippings thing. Like, literally, even in the first house, they added a little newspaper that says, like, things along the lines of, like, is he even alive? Da 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 da. So, I don't think it's a bad thing. I actually would enjoy something like that. The subtlety of the implications. Um, but you know what? The thing I have the hardest time believing, though, I'm gonna actually go here about the second game. Is that it's supposedly the same universe as this game. Like, are they the same world, same everything? Because every single place here gets referenced in the second game by the parents going to different places. And I think supposedly we are supposed to be the same person, but like I said, this is clearly some form of immortal vampire. The other person is not. It is a different town, I think. It is a different town. Like I said, I think you're supposed to assume that, of course, it's the same person, even though clearly not. And beyond that, the thing is, they go out of their way to make it clear, oh, there's nothing supernatural, da 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 da, kind of thing. And it's just like, this game absolutely confirms that those kinds of things are existing. Heck, for all we know, this is meant to be a simulation. Can I look at the high rises? Oh yeah, I can look at the high rises in the background. You can go to the high rises, and then you can see this building from some of them. And you can go here too, to that one. You can buy that one. See? I believe you can buy that house. No, this would be a different place. The cyber, that would probably be the future. I mean, you're not necessarily time traveling. It's more like, I'm gonna guess there would actually be a timeline. Or we're in a simulation. Could be either of them. Which would also work, but that doesn't make sense again for the second game, because why doggos? Because then again, it's like, oh, but your entire family, da 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 da. Like, things that would work to argue that could be the case for this game just don't fit the second game at all. And it's like, this is where I go, I don't think you should be... Yeah, Immortal Vampire works really nicely. Or, I guess Damper, because technically we can go out in the sun, right? But either way, some form of immortal being that is willing to help out others. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know. I just feel like it's more like you go into something new and you choose to start over from scratch, I think. Lived in a tiny building with all sorts of tools that it's like, And then moved up from there to wherever you choose to move up to. Yeah, that's true. Could have lost the money, but I think the most likely answer would just be like, I mean, think of it like this. Let's say you're some form, you are actually, right? Kitty kitty. And you, let me see, how do I put this? You do have that much money, right? Because obviously you've made money all this time. I wish I had a camera. Or that you could have like a camera to be like, ooh, look so cute. But eventually wouldn't that get boring? Like, you have so much money that you don't even know what to do with yourself. And then you just choose to start over at some point and be like, well, let's see what we can do this time. That's where it still works. If you assume that as a being, you are someone who on and off, right? Also, by the way, the reason they can't have water is because you wouldn't swim. I guarantee it. You do the same thing here. And there's no explanation for you to just be able to walk underwater. But you just don't agree with it. No, I mean, I'm just saying, it's like, so you have your sense of... You don't start out with nothing. You start out with a couple $1,000. And no matter where you go, you don't pay rent or anything. Or electricity bills or anything. And like I said, you don't really necessarily start with nothing. And the biggest thing I would say is, I mean, if you think of every day and night that goes by, and the electricity isn't being paid for, even though we have electricity on, right? The water and everything isn't being paid for out of our balance. And that means the money's coming from somewhere. Neither's our food budget. We don't need to eat. In other words, this is basically where we're starting on this, but we probably would have the money, food, and whatever to just quickly be able to do whatever we need to do. And the thing is, yeah, you start on a small house. It's practically nothing. Like I said, the second game, it's like somebody who has parents and a loving da-da-da-da, and they're not a kid. And their annoying childhood friend who... I don't understand that one. Who's not a friend, but they are not. And you're supposed to... Anyway. I'm just saying, like... You have money that you allow yourself, right? For doing things like getting whatever food you want, and so on and so forth. For actual eating, not for having out for, like, guests and stuff. Or, like, in your house for looking fancy. But then you also have separate what the funds you set aside for doing this interesting project for yourself. Basically, you have enough stuff that if you end up in trouble, you can dig yourself out of that hole. But overall, it's like, yeah. And I'm just saying, it's like, it works to assume. You live your life, move on. And you work your way back up to whatever the heck you want to work your way back up to over time. Including, by the way, oh, hello, kitty. Come on, kitty. Right. But the thing is, like, you can even buy a house on the moon. Let me see if I can't show you. See, we can look under our browser of things we can buy. If you scroll down to the bottom at $1 million. Or no, $500,000. House on the moon. Yeah. And the thing is, the thing I would honestly argue it probably would be, oh yeah, you can even buy UFO. I think that's part of the farm one, yeah. What do you need to finish? I'm just saying, I think one could argue that, I mean, kinda. Like, I mean, you can click on them like that, if that's what you're asking, yes. No, you can't walk around the house. You can only buy. But you can look at, like, what its description is. Like, this has 6 rooms, it's 1 floor. Allows residents to move, and you can look at the different, like, pictures. It's like, allows residents to move away from most earthly problems by moving around 184,402 kilometers. A family who moves in here may have problems with commuting, but the unearthly view from the windows is worth it. No open house, yeah, you just buy. You get to see pictures, and that's pretty accurate. Yep, look what happened here. I wonder what happened to the last people who lived here. Ta-da. There is something more luxurious than owning a private yacht. You can buy this one and show off your status for a reasonable price. Yeah. I wonder why it's reasonable. And I mean, this one even specifies it's a historical museum. Oh, this must have been added also. This was probably added with the free update. Yeah, because these things are all from that. Historical Museum is opening its doors again, but this time not for the visitors. Spacious halls full of exhibits for various time periods are hidden waiting to be discovered once more. Who knows what hidden treasure you might find. You get some pretty cool stuff in there. I mean, yeah. Here, I could buy one here. If I can't show what I mean. But I could put it outside. I was playing around with the pop, but it would just be base. It would be... in... Maybe decorations? No. Accessories? No. sure you can buy it. I just don't remember what it is. Occasional. It's electronic equipment. Installations. You know what? We're just gonna say all. We're gonna just say T. Brooks. Not minding it. Maybe you can't buy it unless you have that, but I mean, does it really matter? You got some new stuff there as well. I don't know. Could be anything though. I wouldn't know where to really check. You got the survival stuff here. Something they never added to the second game. Damn. It's fun. Oh well, I guess they don't have any, but I don't necessarily think it's that big of a deal. Bone for pets. And bone-hurting juice. I guess the only other thing would be like fossil, but I don't think that it would. Yeah, it doesn't have anything pop up. Or would it have to be the whole thing? But if you buy the house, you can have it. And I wouldn't be surprised if then you can use it elsewhere if you have to like buy it first. Oh, you came to follow me? Yeah, you eat that. Anyway, point being, it's a thing. You can get it. That exists. And I don't think it's weird, but at the same time, it's just like the second game would never just did the buy. I don't know. And I still go with just going to my houses. The fact that like the Reef Cottage here, right? That was like this and all that, right? But again, this didn't come from this did not come from the you would think that one would have been I still go with I just don't understand why they didn't add it to the second game. Anyway, I should finish. I should not keep going. Anyway, it's been a pleasure having you. I hope to see you again tomorrow for some Java. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. Sorry for ranting again. I should not rant. But I hope you have a wonderful day / night. If it is night for you, I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep. But yeah. Yeah. Bye-bye.